All right, everything should be working properly. Uh, I'm not at my computer, so I can't really monitor things. So if you guys need to tell me anything's not working properly, tell me because I don't know unless I see it in the chat room. Like, is the camera loud enough? I don't know. I don't even know what the stream looks like. All right, so we got the loud and clear. All right, we got Rich's PS2 right here. You see it's never been opened. Seal is still here. Let's break this seal. But he's got the PS2, the RJ 15, 12? I forgot what the phone port is called. He's got a model that will require minimal case modifications to get the HDMI in. All right, so what we got? We got the RetroGEM for the HDMI output. We've got, let's see, where are these parts? This is the R3 iFlashPS2. Modbo and the PicFix over here. First thing I'm going to install is the RetroGEM, because that's honestly, it's the only thing that really matters, and it's also the hardest piece to install. So you want to get the hard one out of the way. You also include a mod chip. And honestly, I don't think mod chips are really essential for the PS2. It's only required if you want to play legit imports, which I know you have a lot of. But for the average person, they don't need a mod chip. And I actually recommend not getting them if you don't absolutely need it. Because in order to use all the other stuff, like the what's it called? The launcher, the PS2 open PS2 loader, you need to disable the mod chip. So I don't know a lot about this specific mod chip. I know it's a Matrix Infinity clone, and I've never used the Matrix chips. This doesn't seem to be working well. But if the mod chip has the ability to have it disabled by default, that's probably the setting I would put it on, so that the mod chip only gets activated if you manually turn it on. Because by default, you would probably want to boot into Open PS2 Loader off the FreeMic boot. You're on Twitch. I'm also on YouTube if you prefer that, Rich. I think YouTube's better. I think Twitch is the worst platform. Kick is better than Twitch. YouTube is the best out of all of them, unfortunately. Yeah, OPL is fantastic. The trick is booting into OPL. See if I can remember how to open this without breaking anything. Slide forward, yep. Let me get something on the TV. Something to listen to in the background. Ah, drinker. Come on, come off. It's always these last two tabs which are hardest to remove. There we go. Whoops. The power button ribbon fell off. Make sure that's right way, and it's this way. This ribbon, I hate this ribbon. This ribbon is so sensitive. And it just dangles. All right. Now, I will recommend that you replace this battery. It seems like your battery has expired, so it's not saving the CMOS clock, which really isn't that important unless you want the clock on your PS2 to always be accurate, which honestly you don't need because you're not using it as a DVD player. But you can replace that if you want. They're like $4. Oh no, there's many more ribbon cables, Rich. There's a ribbon cable here, there's a ribbon cable here, there's a ribbon cable here. All the ribbon cables have to do with the laser. Now I did test your laser. Your laser does read both silver and blue discs perfectly fine. Okay, so let's get rid of this dial-up card. Since we will be replacing your dial-up card with the HDMI card. And who uses dial-up anymore? There we go. Very easy to remove. It's just a simple plug-in adapter right there. So you can actually take this and put it on another PS2. But why would you want to? No one uses dial-up anymore. Oh yeah, the ribbon cables on the fat consoles, those broke so easily. You move them once, they were dead. All right, you do have to unplug this fan. Where are my pliers? Here we go. This fan. See if I can do it without ripping anything. There we go. All right, I did rip the paper, but you know, whatever, it doesn't matter. All right, I'm just gonna use that as a tray. And this is the inside of it looks like. Let's start removing screws. I try to keep things pretty. Like I'll be using some super glue and Kapton tape to keep everything organized. Who knows, maybe one day you'll want to put a translucent shell on your PS2. You want things to look nice. And the other screws are on this side. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Now we have 5 screws on this thing, and this thing is a bit tougher because we got to deal with the ribbon cables that I mentioned. Let's remove this battery. So I said your CMOS battery is dead either way, so you'll want to replace this. They only last about, I don't know, 10 years, 15 years. And this is a 25-year-old console? No, this came out in 99. So, oh my god, it is. No, not this model. This model came out in what, 2004, 2005? So, 20-year console. All right. And see, the assholes at Sony put a secret hidden screw underneath this. So, it requires you to unplug all this crap. And they made it complicated. This one out. This one you have to lift up these tabs. Lift up this ribbon cable. This one's smaller, a bit more tougher. There we go. And then very carefully flip that over and unhook this ribbon side of the ribbon cable. There you go. And this is the laser. If your laser breaks, very easy to replace. Oh yeah, the disk drive is tiny. And then here's that secret hidden screw. I don't know why they hide it here. This makes it a pain in the ass. And I believe this screw is smaller than the rest? Yes. Alright, so let's keep those screws on a different square. And put this one over there. These screws are identical, so we can move them together. Alright, and now we remove this since all the cables have been unplugged. Now we will have to do some modifications to this one to fit the HDMI in here. I believe I have to cut this piece off. But we'll get to that when we get to it. Will the laser be easy to replace with the chip? Oh yeah, because the chip is actually going to be on this side of the board. So you should never actually have to get to the underside of the console. We'll have to remove this shield because the chip will not fit with the shield in the case. All right. What am I looking at here? Wrong side of the board. That's why I was confused. All right, so you are not having the, honestly, I think the hardest thing to install when I did my PS2 was the Bluetooth adapter. Because the Bluetooth adapter requires you to desolder. Let me switch the camera, the stream over to the microscope. All right, can you see the microscope now? There you go. All right. So the Bluetooth requires you to desolder and isolate this pin, I think it is, and this pin. And doing that, desoldering, see, that is a grounding pin. So the ground pin has to be isolated. And ground pins are very big. So desoldering that, because it's like a 3-layer motherboard, oh my god, it takes a lot of effort. Okay, so I said the first thing we're going to do is the RetroGEM. So let's open up this RetroGEM package. And let's see. What motherboard is this? This is the... Where's the label? On the other side? Yes. Oh, you have a GH3222. It's a good model. It's not the perfect model. The perfect model is the GH3235. Let's see if I can get that to show up on... Where is it on the... There it is, GH3222. The perfect model is the GH3235, which is the one I have in my motherboard, and I specifically got that one because it has the PicFix, the Sony's fix for the laser bug. You don't have that, so we will be installing a third-party board called the PicFix, which you actually got two. I don't know if you realize that. All right, and this is the RetroGEM install. No, that's PS2 fat. Why? I fucking hate... Let me edit the goddamn link. You know, I really hate Google. Alright, RetroGEM Slim. PS2 Slim. Alright. Let's do the... Install the controller audio hookup. Okay, whoops. Another reason why I'm doing the Pixel FX first is because it actually goes underneath everything. And that is this cable right here. This cable is for the PS2 fat, so we won't be needing that. This one is for the PS2 Slim. So we're going to use this one. This one solders to this. Yes. All right, let's heat up my soldering iron. Let's go 450 degrees. You know what? Before we do that, let me get a paper towel. All right, wet paper towel. And let's cool this down, and let me switch the tip to the soldering iron. We don't want to use an old one. Let's use that one. And so this one is very fine. $4.50. And we've got our nice flux. Put that right there. Right there. Soldering. Why did the soldering iron turn off? Why is my soldering iron turning off? Huh. What's wrong with my soldering iron? There it goes. All right. All right. Those two pieces are soldered on. Now we need to bend this over. Oh yeah, this microscope has made a lot of these jobs I do so much easier. All right. And those are going to get soldered right there. You know, ideally, I really shouldn't need to use flux for these pins, but I've gotten so used to using flux, it just makes things so much cleaner. This one's a bit tougher. Okay. Oh, I forgot about this pin. A little too much solder, but it's not too much. There we go. All right, so how do those look? Where is my remote? All right, that all looks good. Okay. Next ribbon. Okay, the other end of this ribbon has to go somewhere. And I think that's going to this board. Let's figure it out. Yeah, this board is a little bit different than my board, so how does this one work? Where does this go? I'm looking at the layout. It says, what chip is this? Which board is this? Is it 7500? Is that listed on 7000? Okay. Huh. I think it's this chip. Yes, it's that chip. Okay. All right. So what chip is it? All right. I believe it's this chip right here. Yeah, Sony makes slight revisions constantly, and it always screws with things. Even the PicFix is, I believe that's an error that they intentionally made to stop piracy. Oh, someone followed. I don't know who it was. Like I said, I'm not at my computer, so I can't check who that follower was. But thank you for following. If I can get this, I think I'm gonna need some use some Kapton tape. Where's my Kapton tape? Yeah, I have my Kapton tape in a Scotch roll, so I didn't realize where it was. I think I just have to get one pin on, and then I can do the proper folds. It's gonna go like that. But yeah, I'm gonna get one pin on, and I can get the other pins, then I can do the folds. I feel like I should have done the other end for, second. I feel like this is a mistake in the way they ordered the instructions. Because this is a lot finer. It's hard when the length of the cable restricts it. Come on, I can get this. Trying not to fold the cable because I want to keep things neat. I think I'm gonna have to fold the cable. All right, I got it. Okay, now let's do those other two pins. Okay, now let's fold this properly. All right, and let's make sure I didn't bridge either of those pins. Good. Good. All right, those pins are good. Next step. Yeah, there is wiggle room on the cable. As you can see, that fold is basically the length of the wiggle room. And that is because the different models and things have different lengths. And this is basically the model that has the furthest length. So this has the least of the wiggle room. All right. Now let's do the, I think it's the power button cable. What is this cable I'm doing now? Let's see what it's labeled as. SPDIF data. I don't know why an audio cable has data, but okay. I don't know how SPDIF works. Good, on there strong. All right, main flex. Now comes the hard part. The delicate piece. Okay, and this goes on the CMX 401 chip. Which way does this go on? This is the GH3222. Which goes on like this. Fantastic. Yeah, this is the part where I can screw up. Those first pins skipped? Looks like those first pins are skipped. Is that right? Let me check. No, they are not skipped. Okay. So it goes like that. It doesn't go directly on, it goes slightly off. Yeah, extremely tricky. This is the part that breaks your console if you screw it up. This is the hardest part of modding a PS2. This chip. Everything else is easy. Even the mod chip is easy. And the mod chip is right on the BIOS. I'm putting my head in front of the mic. I'm in front of the camera. Huh. I think I'm going to lower the temperature of the soldering iron. Damn, it's so delicate. Having trouble with this one. Let's try starting on a different pin. Start on that pin. What the hell? Why is the solder sticking like that? All right, 350 is not hot enough. Those two pins are bridged, but that'll make it easier to solder on and I can unbridge them. Okay. Now that is absolutely bridged. But I can solder the other ones on and then undo that bridge. Yeah, look at that bridging. It's very easy to undo bridging though. But you can see all these other pins are good. At least they look good for now. My head keeps going in front of the microscope though. Okay, let's remove some of this extra solder. Well, that's not aligned very well. Can I pull this down a bit? All right, now let's see how that worked out. See, this reverse on the camera makes it very easy to see if there's any bridging, because if there is, you would see a connection between each of these leads. But I'm not seeing a connection right there. Is that connected? I mean, it looks good. All right. Now we need to do these. As you can see, it's slightly misaligned, so I have to try to push this a bit. There we go. Get it on like that. Having problems with this one? Maybe pull it away from me. I mean, those pins all look good. This one I'm having problems with. There we go. Bent it a little bit. And now it's aligned. This is not sticking. Oh, I think I actually ruined this ribbon cable. I think I may have actually botched this install because the leads on this ribbon cable have fallen off. Wait a minute. Those leads to that ribbon cable don't go anywhere. So what did I peel off? See, these leads are not reaching. Yeah, they're definitely not reaching. Let's switch to a different tip. Non-curved tip. All right. Yeah, I'm not getting this. I think I have to start over with this ribbon cable. And I don't know why this side of the ribbon cable just is not close enough. But I think this side of the ribbon cable is just completely shot. Alright, I think I'll have to order a replacement. How much are they? $12? Something like that? Alright, I think I'm gonna have to come back to this one. All right, when I do this again next time, I'll have to start from the outer sections of the ribbon cable, not the inside. It's the inside which is misaligned. Yep, and there's the pins from the ribbon cable. Let's see. This is the PS2 Slim ribbon cable. But yeah, I screwed this one up. Good thing is, it looks like none of the pins on the PS2 itself are shot. Let's just remove some of that excess solder so we can make sure. It's only the ribbon, it's the ribbon cable that was giving me issues. Where's my desoldering wick? There it is. Let's see the problem. Oh, wait a minute. What is that? Oh, okay, that was just a piece. I thought a pin had been scraped off, but no, that was just a piece of the ribbon cable that was burnt on the lead. See, the problem with getting the ribbon cable on is you see that capacitor right there? It actually pushes against the ribbon cable, and that's what makes it hard to line things up. So when I do this again, I'll do this side first, then I'll do this side, then I'll do the long side. See, I did the long side first, and that misaligned the outer side. So if I do the outer sides first, the long side should be aligned naturally. All right, but let's, let me plug this. Can I plug this in without putting the CD drive on? Let me plug it in and make sure it still works. And then I can install the other stuff. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the power. Where's the top of this? You know, I'm just a mess of cables right now. I'm not very organized. This is the PPS trigger, which I actually already made in advance. So let's, right there. Unfortunately, I can't show you testing the console because I didn't get the HDMI output working. All right, let me plug this in. My standard def TV, which is in the other room. What do I need? I need the power button, this thing. don't know if I need a CD drive. Hopefully I don't. Okay, console still works. That's good. All right, so I did not need the CD drive to turn it on. Also good to know. All right, so let's install the PicFix next. I've got a manual here on the PicFix printed out. Yeah, the issue is just the ribbon cable. I did not put the ribbon cable on properly. All right, and I believe the PicFix goes somewhere around here. Let's check. This is a printout. The matrix PicFix install diagram. Ah, okay. So this solders directly to that right there. And then J goes to that pin right there. Oh, okay. That makes it very easy. And the 5-volt is which one? 5-volt is that one right there. I love these surface mounted boards. They're just so well designed. Let's put some cap on tape on that so it doesn't move. Is that K in the right spot? There we go. That is where the K goes, right? K is that. Okay, good. I didn't like how that was not aligned properly. Man, that is so easy. This is how you design some modding stuff. I mean, wow. Oh, yeah. Other mods definitely did not use ribbons. You had to use Kynar wire and manually do everything. It was extremely risky. Constantly risk of breaking consoles. Is that connected? I can barely tell. It doesn't look connected to me. It looks like it's being held down simply by the flux. Yep, just the flux. There we go. Now it's on. Let's clean up that flux a bit. Makes it a bit harder to see. And the fluxes also leaves it very sticky. Too much flux. There we go, and that's connected. Yep, definitely. Screws are in my way. Let's move them. And then this grounding over here, which I couldn't get to stick. Come on. Stick to it. There we go. Ah. The only downside of using a fine tip soldering iron is it can be very hard to stick in large locations because they can't heat as big of an area. And so this big grounding ring bit harder to heat up. Too much solder. Soldering iron can't heat up this much solder at once. I think I need the other tip. Well, a different tip. A wider tip that can actually heat up this much solder. Alright, so now I've got a wide tip. This one can heat up. Oh yeah, see that's heating up so much better. Perfect. Alright. Now I am going to head to the other room. Boot up the Mechacon crash tester and see if it can detect that this PicFix is installed. Like I said, I cannot show it to you because I didn't get the HDMI installed. But that's what I'm doing. And nope, the PicFix install is not finished. I completely forgot a step, so it did not work. And that is to bridge. So what happens is the PicFix is not enabled because I did not bridge these two pins, which is the 1.5K ohm resistor. And so since I didn't bridge those connections, the PicFix did not power on, in which case the Mechacon crash tester said I didn't have the PicFix. So let's do that now. I'm not a fan of this iron, but there we go. All right, so as you can see right here, now I have that 1.5 ohm resistor bridged. No, this is a really well designed board because it has both a 1.5 ohm resistor and a 2.2K ohm resistor. The 1.5 for the slims and the 2.2 is for the fats. This is just isopropyl alcohol. So it's good at keeping things clean. 99% IPA. It's non-conductive, so it won't cause any issues if you spray it on your electronics. The fat did not. Well, the early fats did not. I think version 5 to version 9 had the issue as well. Basically, it's a bug that they introduced intentionally to burn out your laser if you tried to play backup discs. And once people got their own DVD writers and had the ability to play backup discs, Sony didn't like that. And they got sued over it. Another thing I like about this IPA is it evaporates within 30 seconds. So you can spray it, and if you're worried about, that 1% of H2O that's in it, even though H2O is non-conductive as well, you only have to wait 30 seconds and it will evaporate. All right, so see now everything looks clean, very silky smooth. Except for on the letter K, you can barely even tell I used flux. Well, 99% is great. Uh, First of all, IPA doesn't rust. Water does. 99% is great, but the problem is you breathe it in and you feel like you want to pass out. And you can't really find 99% at a CVS. They'll only sell 70%. All right, so let me go check the Mechacon. All right, the Mechacon tester is still saying that it's at Mechacon risk. So I don't know what I'm missing. Solder all points. Let's see. I've got the 5-volt up here. J and K over here. Ground over here. What am I missing? I don't have the drive plugged in. I don't think the drive itself has anything to do with the Mechacon test, though. But I guess I'll put it back together. Look up the install instructions for the PicFix and make sure I'm supposed to use the 1.5 ohm resistor, not the 2.2. Maybe I'm using the wrong resistor. All right, let's test this. No, the drive made no difference. Wow, there's a bot going crazy on Kick. I mean, botting on streams just seems like a waste of time. Like, who's going to watch your stream because you bought it on someone else's channel? Yeah, I don't want to test, Rich. I want to use the full function. The test is only there so you can figure out which resistor to use. I shouldn't need to do that. I should just be using the 1.5. At least that's what I thought. Let's see, where were the 5-volt pins? Let me make sure. All right, all the pins are connected properly. But let's try switching to the 2.2. It just should be the 1.5. 1.5 is for the slims. But if it's not working, switch to the 2.2. All right, let's see if this works. I keep forgetting the power switch. Nope, the 2.2 made no difference. I definitely believe it's supposed to be the 1.5 either way. So I'm going to switch back to the 1.5. Look at all that flux. That needs to be cleaned up. Actually, that's more like rosin. This is a type of flux. Gotta be something I'm missing. Let me reconfirm all these connections. We got J right here. Okay, we got K. Which I think I just broke K off. So let's make sure that's reapply K. Oh, good. K's back on. K is on. And then let's do the 5 volt right here. Now let's confirm the 5 volt is that third one, right? Yep, wrong instructions. 5 volt is, let's see, third one past the 10/16B. It's past the, wait, 16A. But it's still the third one. Goddamn, it's just, that one guy is going crazy with the spam bots on Kick. Yeah, the 5 volts on there fine. Maybe the 5 volt is bridged with the pin on the other side. Let me check. Where is that? Right there. Let's do the continuity test on those two pins right there. You can see here and here, these two should not be connected. Okay, they're not connected. Good. These connected? No. Good. All right, now are these connected? Yes, they are. See, they are connected to the same trace, so that's good. They should be connected. Wow, I put so much flux on it, bled to the other side. All right, let's... All right, so that's clean. They're not bridged at all, which is good. And on the other side... No, this is Toku Gamer stuff. Now it looks like these pins next to K could be bridged, and that could be causing the issue. Let's find out. No, they're not bridged. So that's good. Maybe. Those two pins are connected. I don't know if they're supposed to be, but K is not bridged to them. So that's good. Let me desolder K either way and reapply the solder to it. I mean, it looks fine. All right, now that is super clean. Now let's do J. Need a smaller spudger. And K came off, so K was not on. Interesting. I thought K was on pretty well. All right, that Q-tip has fallen apart on me. All right. Okay, J is good. I believe K is good. Kind of hard to tell though. 5V is good. All right, so let's test the PicFix. See if that works. Honestly, I have no idea. I'm thinking maybe because I don't have a mod chip installed yet, the PicFix isn't doing anything. That could be the hangup. And J is looking nasty. That's what the J looks like, though. The ribbon cable is fine. All the connections are fine. I'm thinking it's simply because there's no mod chip yet. That the PicFix doesn't do anything. Because the PicFix is designed to be used with mod chips and burnt discs. Where's my flux? There it is. Let's switch these tips. I really do not like this flat tip. Where did I put... I am completely disorganized. There's way too much... Oh, it's on the floor, that's why. Looking for my wet rag. So I can pull out this hot tip without burning my hand. All right. That's looking a lot nicer. I wonder how many channels this guy is spamming on Kick. I mean, he's spamming my channel, which has like 0 viewers, so. Not a very efficient bot. Okay, so let's move on to the mod chip. Now, the mod chip is always the fun part. Not because it's hard, but because these mod chips were designed like 20 years ago. So they don't use these really nice ribbon cables that you saw for the PicFix. And we're using special wire for this one called Kynar wire, or 30 gauge wire. And I'll tell you that soldering these connections is not always fun. Let's see, we got red, orange, yellow, blue. This is easier to install than the fat old chips, but definitely not easier to install than some newer stuff. Let's start with red. Now let's start with orange. One of the things I like about Kynar wire is you don't need to use wire strippers. You can strip them with your fingernail. Let's see, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 down by the hole. Yes. I should just stick it to the wire. It's easier to get it to stick it to the wire. And this one is going to go right there, which is the 5th small one. See, it's easier than the fat ones because they have this entire grid right here, which is basically a test pattern for the BIOS. And so the majority of where you're going to be soldering on is right where this IC would go for their test chip. So hard. Okay, that's wire 1. And let's see, the red one. Is a bigger trace. That one is going to be right here. I don't think there's enough solder on this one. Let's brighten this up a bit. Much better. Oh, that is much better. That's clean. Good. That one's a lot easier with the bigger trace. Let's cut off the excess. That didn't come off. All right, and next one, let's see, was red, orange, so the next one would be yellow. Keeping the rainbow in order. All right, and we're going to be skipping one, and then going to number 4 over here. Yellow. All right, and the next one would be green. What did I just drop? I dropped black. Red, orange, yellow, green. And green will be another 2 down. All right. This has a consistent pattern here. See, this mod chip's easy. It's just you need steady hands. The slims make it actually very easy to install these mod chips. Too long. And cut off the excess. Blue. Let's see. Yes, they have 8 colors. Next one is blue. Blue is. I realized I did the colors backwards. Oh well. It should be red from the bottom, not red from the top. Oh well, doesn't matter. My rainbow will be out of order. The colors just make it easier for me to track where the other ends of the wires go. Uh, Colors, when it comes to wires, actually mean very little, except to inform you on where they go. So, like, if you're doing electricity in your house, you want the blacks. You want all your grounds to be the same color. You want all your hot wires to be the same color so that you can easily, at a glance, know what's going to electrocute you and what's not going to electrocute you. You don't want to be riding the lightning when, man, this guy on Kick is. Oh, this is actually a different guy. See, I like. Don't these people just get reported for spamming on Kick and then they just get banned? So why do the spam? I don't get it. Just be a normal asshole and do bots or whatever people do to fake engagement. All right. See, then these are going to be folded downwards. Which is why they're in the backwards order. Because red is supposed to start from the left, not the right. Like that. In fact, it should have been like that. Let's tape these down temporarily. Keep them out of the way before I glue them once I get the other set of wires done. All right. And now I got 5 more wires on the other side. And let's start with purple, I guess. Since I already screwed up the rainbow. All right, and this is going to start second from the top. Whoops. We're going second from the top over here. Fourth from the top over here. go. I don't know if you can see me doing that, or I keep putting my bald head in front of the camera. Let's see, and then I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, and then 9. So there's no skip here. See, it's all about getting that initial solder on. Once you get that initial solder on, any new solder will stick to the old solder. Okay, that's 2, 4, 6, 8. All right, what I said I was going to do, purple. Purple's going to go right there. Oh, that sound they're stronger than I expected. The next one we'll do is brown. All right, that's way too long. All right. Oh, that went on well. Okay. Next one is black. I mean, technically I shouldn't be using black or red or green since they have meaning, but it doesn't matter. See, the issue is not soldering to the board, it's keeping the wire from roaming. Because as you apply heat to rubber, which is what encases these wires, rubber tends to want to do things. And so it's very hard to keep rubber straight when applying heat. Alright, there's not enough solder on this point. That's what's giving me the issue. I think I need flux. That's what it is. Flux allows solder to bead better. How do you ensure that the solder doesn't cross over? Oh, that's flux. Flux will force solder to bead because it creates a layer around the solder. And so solder wants to separate when there's flux on it. So what I'll do is I'll solder all these on, and then I'll go over a second run with flux. See, look, okay, look at how easily that beaded once I put the flux on. And I'll go through all the wires a second time with flux to make sure it separates any sort of bridges. Okay, and now we need to go back to get more blue. That smoke you see, that is flux burning. Okay, and after the blue, looks like it's going to be green. Since I got the order actually wrong. Yeah, you can see the rubber shrink from the heat. And I'm not even touching the rubber with the heat. I'm just heating up the wire, and the wire is touching the rubber and making the rubber shrink. All right, this is a very fine connection, so I'll definitely need to apply new flux to keep these from bridging. I can't tell if that's bridged or not, but that's where the continuity tester comes in. All right, so these aren't bridged, otherwise they would beep. So if I do that, yep, beeps. Good. All right, they're not beeping. That means they're not bridged. That's good. All right. looking for. There it is. Oh yes, I will. Once this is all done, I will glue these together so that they become a single cable. The flux is actually doing a good job on keeping these together. All right, where's my cap down tape? There it is. All right, let's do continuity testing on the other points. Good. All right, those are all good. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some cyanoacrylate, or super glue as it's commonly known. One tiny bead. And then take a Q-tip. Oops. And now it's a ribbon cable. Now all those wires are. Why does he want to mod it? Because why wouldn't you want a modded PS2? Isn't that what you want? Modded PS2? Everyone should have a modded PS2. It's like the greatest console ever made. And now they're all stuck together. And I will apply more glue once it's completely done. But that is for the start. Okay, and that is the first part of the mod chip. Let's see, how did this go on again? Okay, that one goes there. And this one will go here. This is a lot of mods to a PS2, so you gotta work around things. Like, I'm not gonna completely install the iFlashPS2 until I put in that ribbon cable for the Pixel FX, because the Pixel FX has to go in first, unfortunately. Oh, well, you don't need a mod chip to play games from a hard drive. You need a mod chip to play foreign games. And Rich has a very large foreign game collection. If you just want to download ISOs off the internet, you don't need a mod chip for that. Mod chips are for people who want to play actual licensed copies of games for imports. People who don't want to pirate. It's kind of funny. Like back in the day, mod chips were for people who wanted to pirate. Now it's mod chips are for people who don't want to pirate. Kind of crazy. Oh, how the times have changed. Why is this green wire not sticking? Okay, there we go. Now we've got that on there pretty well. Yes, the PS2 was region locked. It was not until the PS4. Even today, consoles are technically region locked. It's just that Japan and America and Australia are all on the same region. There's only like 3 regions when it comes to Blu-ray, and they tend to only region lock movies, not games. They didn't want people importing back in the day. All right, where did I put those? There they are. Bring these back. So you do have to align these properly because there's a small indent on the bracket right here where you can fit wires through. And so that will go right here. Actually, I think I'll end up cutting this off because I think that's where I'm going to put the mod chip. Put the mod chip right here. I still get that screw in too. I can't remember how I did mine. And whether I just said no to that screw or not. Alright, so we got those. The hard wires are all in. Let's see, where are the other wires? This diagram I got here is not very well organized. Yeah, I think I'm going to end up not putting that screw in. That is the secret screw that goes under the CD player. And where does that connect to? That connects to... It connects to this, which I won't have on anyways. And if I won't have this on, huh. Yeah, I don't need it. Okay. So I'm just gonna cut that off. Let me find pictures of mine. I'm just scrolling through my old Reddit posts where I posted my console. Okay, it looks like on my console I left that screw in, but I did not use the PicFix, so I had a bit more room. The PicFix definitely makes things a bit tighter. But I did cut these small areas off. Okay. I think this is good. Yep, that'll work. then when I have that enough space right there, I can, where did I put the mod chip? Right here. I can put the mod chip right there, and it fits just in the space between that place I cut out. And the PicFix is making it a bit hard to organize these wires because it's in the way. Well, it's not a secret screw, it's a hidden screw. Just making sure this ribbon that I've created is not in shambles. Put something on the TV. I'm tired of listening to nothing. Oh, Trump had a speech today. What did he say? There we go. Perfect. All right. First one is this E01 or 301. 103. That's what it is. It's just upside down from the diagram I'm looking at. All right, I need to take these wires down. They're in the way. Now these uh, wires need to pass through. Always odd. But pretty easy to solder on because you just stick them in the hole and apply some heat. Well, you gotta get enough solder on the cable first. I forgot what these holes are called. The ones that go through the motherboard and come out on the other side. Red, orange, yellow. Probably a Hawaiian judge, Loudmouth. It's always a Hawaiian judge. Or Judge Boasberg. I think Boasberg is probably treasonous. I mean, they can impeach the judge. They won't because Republicans are pussies. Republicans do not want to win. They want to lose. Because you fundraise while you lose. As long as you're losing, you can keep on fundraising on solving a problem. And as long as you keep on losing, you can't solve the problem. Therefore, you can keep fundraising on that same problem. Remember, a problem solved is a fundraising avenue lost. So politicians never want to solve problems, which is why they all hate Trump, because Trump actually tries to solve problems. So as long as Republicans keep losing, then they could that's an excuse for why they always fail to solve the problems that they promised to solve. Red, orange, yellow, blue. I already used blue. Green. I already used green. Violet. All right, are these coming through on the other side? I don't see them. All right, then we got brown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good, one more. Oh, yeah. The bot won't let you say faggot. On Kick, it won't let you say faggot? Wow. That's surprising. I have no censorship enabled, so I don't control any of that. All right, so we got those done. We've got these done. What is SX? There's a cable labeled SX, but there's no SX on the chip. So what is SX? Oh, there is an SX on the chip. Okay, where is SX? Where does that go? Is that in here? Yes, SX is this one right there. All right, let's use black for that one. Okay, that's bridged. There we go. Trying not to bridge anything on this one. Tough because it's an extremely small solder point. There we go. Okay, and that was SX. All right, now I got a 3.3 volt and the ground to connect. Why would I use a 3.3 volt and a ground that far away? I won't. I'm going to use this ground. All right, but the wires I've put on already are the ones that concern me the most because they're the ones that have to go underneath the motherboard. All right, so now that we've gotten that taken care of, I can just put the chip on. And connect these wires. All right, let's see, we got A. And make sure this is aligned properly. Red's gonna be A, right? This red is A. Orange is I. No. Orange is B. Okay, that means that the purple is I. And that should go underneath. H, which one is H? H is brown. Okay. And then after H goes G. Okay, G is yellow. All right, so A and B are on opposite sides. Okay. Y. What is Y? Where's Y? Y is that one over there. Okay. Yes, rack and M16 by a charging handle. I am going to put these screws on. Just to help me keep things aligned. All right. I've got this on now. Get screwed in 3 spots. It'll help me understand where the wires are going. I can remove this cap down tape. And this is going to go right there like that. Why is this not aligned properly? All right, I had to put all 5 screws in, otherwise it wasn't aligning properly. Okay, all 5 screws in. What was that message I just got on Etsy? Started GoFundMe for Maduro? I mean, GoFundMe would probably allow it too. Because GoFundMe is, run by communists. I mean, it makes sense that a place like GoFundMe was run by communists, people who want other people to fund their things. They're not Christians, we know that. I need to keep the greens and the blues separate because they share colors. All right, so this is going to go right here. All right, we start with A. Where's Y? Okay, yeah, I mentioned that one before. I know where Y is. Okay, that was A. And then I. I is what color? I is purple. The hardest part about this mod is the fact that there's so many mods on the board. So it takes so much. All the work is in organization, not in the actual mod itself. Okay, the next one is H, and H is the furthest one, which is brown. Okay, next one is G. G is the second from the top, which is yellow. Next one is B, which is orange. Those connected easily. Oh no, one of these broke off. Oh no, it actually broke off. That's not good. Oh, it didn't. Yeah, alright. Change these tips. Alright, that looks like it's good now. Organize these wires so they look nicer. Alright, so we've got those wires done right there. See, look at it. I got all this extra wire that I just do just to make sure I have enough. Okay, those two outer ones are V and R. Where's W? W is over there. Okay, and let's see. R. No. Yes, R is the green one. So once I do the V and R, all the other wires are easy to do. Oh, I should pre-tin these. Another kickbots are pretty insane these days. Change this tip. Oh, there was a guy who was stabbed at the Palm Beach Gardens Barnes and Noble uh, 2 weeks ago. My sister and brother-in-law had interacted with him a month earlier. So that's why I tell them they need to get armed. Blue is V. Okay, and W. W is the orange one. This is why when I go out, I stay strapped always. You know, I grew up in an era where you'd stay out till 10 o'clock at night. You didn't fear your neighbors. Stranger danger was not a thing. I mean, kids were out by themselves so late that they literally had uh, James Earl Jones come on TV at 10 o'clock every night saying, "It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Because kids would just stay out late. They'd get home from school, they'd do their homework or something, they'd go out, come back for dinner, and then go back out and just, explore, play tag or something. Now, if it was 10 p.m. and you're playing tag and your mother's looking for you, well, you're hidden. Okay, and you is what color? You is black. Okay, now we're getting back to the normal colors. T. T should be right above that one, which would make it brown. Yes. Q should be right above that, which makes it purple. Or violet, however you want to. Whatever word you want to use. Okay, next is P. P is red. So I am curious on what Trump said at today's press conference that I did not watch because I completely forgot he was doing one. O is yellow. N is green. And the last one is blue. The B came off. Okay. So that mod chip is almost installed. I've got, let's see, Y to do, CX, SX, reset ground, and the 3 volt. So not a lot of wires left. Let's see, what color do I want to use with the... Let's go blue. With the Y. And Y is going right there, it looks like. Yes. All right. CX and SX. SX is this black one over here. Okay. Now where is CX? CX is somewhere over there. Which one is CX? $470. Okay. Is the J106. 470. Cap. Okay, that means this CX. Right there. Right? Yes, that's CX. And we'll need the smaller pin for this one. All right, and what color do I want to do for this one? I'm thinking, no, not yellow, not purple, not orange. I don't want to do green, red, or black. I guess I'll do green. And this is CX. All right, and I think I have 3 wires left. Looks like we've got reset, ground, and 3.3 volt. Reset. Let's do red for reset. reset pin is going where? Somewhere over here. That big pin right there. Why is the reset pin larger? Do I need to use a higher gauge wire for the reset wire? I don't think so. For ground and the, yeah. But I shouldn't need it for the others. Oh, is this wire in the way? Let's find out. This is gonna go somewhere over here. Yeah, that wire's in the way. Okay, so let's reorient this wire. All right, and that's gonna go right there. Okay, ground. I will need a larger cable for ground. Let's go green for ground. All right, higher gauge wire. All right, whoever just followed, thank you for the follow. I can't, I'm not at my computer to see who the follow was. I'm at my workstation. So thank you very much. And Twitch sucks, so Twitch isn't showing me who followed. This is why I tend to have that stuff running through Streamlabs. I mean, Streamlabs isn't that good either. But it's better than Twitch. All right. And the 3.3 volt. The 3.3 volt is where? Connected on the lower end of the 50 cap. Where is that? There. That's gonna be temporary because I'm going to move that to the iFlashPS2 connection once I install that, because that has easier access to the 3.3, but it has got a bypass. All right, and we're going to go 3.3 volts. Whoops. Let's make that a white. You know, it's kind of crazy that I get the majority of my news these days from VTubers. That's just how bad real news is. All right, so now the mod chip is installed. Let me head to the other room and test to make sure it works. Okay, the console is booting. I'm seeing the Matrix logo, which is good, which means the mod chip is installed properly. But then it loads into boot menu and it says unable to load configuration file. I don't know what that is because I've never used a Modbo before. I assume I have to create a configuration file. So let me see how that is. Okay, I installed the mod chip. And then what? Is there a button sequence that I have to do? Modbo configuration guide. There we go. Circle plus triangle on startup. Okay, that all worked. Uh, I just need to create. Let's see. There's different startup modes. Let's see if there's any guides. Mod chip config guide. Okay. Chips have a menu. It has devolution modes, but how do I set up the dev modes? Okay, the reason for the error was by default, the configuration has it set to boot from mass storage. And since there is no mass storage on this, it couldn't find a configuration file, and that was the error it was saying. So I set it to auto, and now it's booting like a normal mod chip. So the mod chip is working good. I have not tested anything with it because that doesn't matter. It has the logo, it has the configuration. That's good enough for me. Okay, so Modbo is done, and we can see it installed very nice right here. Oh shit, it's 4 o'clock. All right, let's see if I can do this iFlashPS2 before 5. Where's my phone? There it is. iFlashPS2 install. There we go. All right. Let's get this first cable installed. I'll have to remove this shield. Okay. Shield removed. First chip. On the top side, which is the other side. And this goes right there. This isn't right. Something's wrong here. That's where it goes. Okay. This is a much easier ribbon to install. Look how good this is lined up. I think this ribbon is better than the Pixel FX ribbon. Pixel FX ribbon, you have to place it absolutely perfect, otherwise you screw it up. While this one has a bit more leeway. And that definitely makes it a lot easier. Okay. Now let's get some flux. All right. Let's get these two anchors done. Okay. Now let's confirm these traces. Ooh, no, that's Oh, I can't see anything there. There we go. All right, this is coming along very nicely. All right, and now we flip this. Okay, got those 3 anchors on. Now let's finish up this right here. Why is it so bright? Let's lower this a bit. There we go. That's what I forgot the flux. Why it wasn't connecting properly. Fantastic. Okay, got 5 pins right there. And there's another 5 right below it, and then 2 below that. These are very small traces. Now, what I remember when I did this is these 3 connections in the middle, they actually don't touch the capacitors or resistors, sorry. So you need to actually manually bridge them. But look at how that flux just goes around everything. All right, are those connected? Let's bring out the continuity tester and find out. These tiny ass pins. I need to clean off the flux. The flux is making it impossible to actually see if they're connected or not. Good. 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 All right. Those. All right. All the hard connections on the on the iFlash PS2 are done. Everything else is easy connections, I believe. Now it's time to do the power board. Let us remove this 3-volt connection. Like I said, I was only doing that one temporarily. For the mod chip. All right. All right, let's bring in the thicker iron tip. Power board needs a thicker tip. Okay, that's done. Then we got this one right here. And we got the grounding pin right here. Man, this guy Arthremus, he designed such an amazing board. I just cannot stress how awesome it is. Okay, I did not mean to bridge that with it as well. Let's see if I can undo that. Okay, was it only those 4 points? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, next is the flex cable. I want to put my rice in the rice cooker. I'm almost done for the day. All right, rice in the cooker. Okay, good. Look how nice that looks. It just takes going over the second time. All right, and now we've got the flex board. Oh, well, now I should put the frame back on. Actually, I'm not going to put the frame on yet. Actually, I will. Yes. What's up, Rich? All right, I've got the mod chip installed. Went perfectly well. I'm installing the iFlashPS2 right now. You missed installing the mod chip, which is the most work. It's not a hard install, it's just because there's no ribbon and you have to make your own ribbons. It just takes a really long time, especially with how limited the space is on the console. Because of there's limited space because you've got like 5 mods in this thing. The PicFix is still saying that the console is vulnerable. I have no idea why. Oh shit! I just realized this this frame that Arthremus sent you is unfinished. He didn't put the heat set inserts into them. So you need to send him a message. I'm taking a picture. The 3D printed frame is missing the heat set inserts. That's what you can send him a message saying that. Oh, wait a minute. No, never mind, never mind, never mind. Only half of them require heat set inserts. My bad. And the other half has them. Okay, and now, Rich, should I order a new uh, ribbon cable for the Pixel FX, or did you already take care of that? Okay, I'll do that. Why is that there? Error on the 3D print. All right. And this is the last thing. Yeah, I have no idea why the PicFix isn't working. I mean, you only need the PicFix if you plan on playing game backups, which I don't expect you to do often, especially since you've got a hard drive in it. You know, it was just something nice to have. Uh, you know, and for $6, it's something that you can just get do a simple add-on for it. But it's not really a big deal. Yeah, the pick fix the Mecha Crash is all about Sony stopping you from playing burnt games. If you're playing off the hard drive, you're not going to have the issue. Okay. I believe that is it. Well, I actually have to plug in this Oh, this is a simple slide-in plug. Oh, that's why. It's one of those. It's one of those ones where the clamp is on the back instead of the front. So I lift the back clamp. Come on. Come on. I think our Threemus did such an amazing job with this board. It's gotta be the one of the most well-designed mods I've ever seen. I'm having problems getting this board in. I think I need to lift this out of the frame. Yeah, now I can get some leverage on the underside and plug it in. I've never been a fan of ribbon cables. There we go. And then close that. Put this in the frame. Come on. There you go. And then screw the frame down. All right. And this is why I made that 3-volt connection on the mod chip temporary, because I have an easier access right here. Let me connect that right there. Pre-tin this. Yeah, like I said, Arithmus Art did such an amazing job with this. Like, just adding this 3-volt connector here for no reason at all. Like, why is it here? You don't use it for anything. He basically put it in for other mods. Because normally, the 3-volt from here would have to go down here, and then across here, and then to that connection right there on the bottom of the 50. And it just gets in the way of all this. So he said, let me just make an easier access right here. Great, great design. All right, and let's get some IPA or ISO. Clean this up a bit. Okay. All right, so we got the board right here. The only thing missing, of course, is the HDMI, which I was not able to install because I fucked up that ribbon cable. Stuck on this right here. There we go. Don't want to destroy that ribbon cable. That ribbon cable actually installed properly. Okay, so the HDMI mod goes right over here. So I'll have to cut this over here to make room for it. And the HDMI will go underneath, the ribbon will go underneath this bracket here. So it'll fit barely. I'll use some cap-on tape to tape this down. The only thing with the HDMI is I'll have to do a cable from there all the way to here to get to the reset switch, which is over here. That's what this red line is. So no matter what, there's actually, I'm probably going to put it up around this way. But mod chip works. I'm now going to test the SD card. But like I said, I can't show you me testing it because I didn't get the HDMI install in. The SD card goes there. And I like this SD card install because this goes right there, and then the SD card just gets pushed right in like this, right here. Now I can't get it on properly because I haven't pinned everything up, but this is where it goes. Why can't I get this on? Oh. It's in the right spot. There it goes. All right. And so SD card's right there. I'll clean it up once I pin everything together. But for now, this is what it is. I'm going to go test to make sure it works. Okay, I'm not getting any readings from the SD card. So I don't know if I did anything wrong, because I don't believe I did. The only thing that's different is I accidentally bridged this connection, but I think it's a ground either way, so I don't know if it'll make a difference. But let's unbridge it just in case. Yeah, that's just connected to ground. So what do I not have connected properly? Is there something I forgot? I don't know, it all looks good over here. Uh-oh. What just happened there? Ugh, God damn it. Capacitor fell off. I need to put the capacitor back on. I hate these tiny ass capacitors. I hate these tiny ass resistors. I think it's a resistor. Okay, good. It's back on. Way too tiny. That's what she said. Damn it, did the other one fall off too? It did, damn it. Oh, damn it. Oh, okay, good. I thought it flew away somewhere. I think I'll have to move the... Move this closer. Where'd I put my pliers? There they are. Damn it, it just does not stop moving. Oh, this is worse than Gundam model pieces. Where'd it go? Yeah, it's just they're so light that they move. Ah, shit. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I lost it. Shit, I lost it. I found it. Damn it. This is really pissing me off. Alright, let's put that over there for now. Yeah, I'm gonna be ending the stream soon either way. I wanna make dinner as well. I lost it. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? I think I'll have to pull that capacitor from a broken PS2 I have lying around. Anyways, I don't want to end this. Stop while I'm still looking for this resistor. All right, I'm ending the stream for today. Thanks for watching, anyone who's still here. Peace out.